two members to join. Hi, Ann.
Mark, hi, everyone.
So we've got four. Why don't we get started? I will, RCTV will give you a 3, 2, 1 countdown, and then we'll get started here, folks. 3, 2, 1. Good evening, folks. I'd like to call the March 2nd, 2021 Select Board meeting to order. This evening on our agenda, sorry, I'm just getting my screen to share here. We're going to go directly to executive session to discuss strategy with respect to civil court and administrative actions involving 59 Middlesex Avenue, and also Catherine Rawson as personal representative of the estate of Alan Greeno and Anthony Parati versus the town of Reading et al., and to approve some executive session minutes with a plan to return to executive session at about 8 o'clock. So Carlo, could I ask you to read this motion, please?
Yes, sure. Move that the board go into executive session, including counsel Greg Panini, BHPK Law, Jody Mills, MIA, Lenny Keston, Brody, Hardin, Perkins, and Keston, and Ivrea Freed, Mieres and Harrington, and staff members Bob LaSure and Caitlin Sanders Nocella to discuss strategy with respect to civil court and administrative actions involving 59 Middlesex Ave and Catherine Rawson as personal representative of the estate of Alan Greeno and attorney Parati versus town of Reading et al., and to move executive session minutes from November 17th, 2020, December 8th, 2020, December 15th, 2020, and January 5th, 2021, January 26th, 2021, and February 16th, 2021. Further, the select board chair declares that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the body, and the board will reconvene in open session at approximately 8 p.m.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I'll take a roll call vote on this as I see you on the screen. So Carlo?
Yes.
Anne?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
And Mark, yes. So we'll move into executive session. because we're late, we're sorry that we're late, things ran long. Kind of the order that we want to go through things this evening. There's some things we have to do. There are also a number of outside guests to the meeting. It looks like the outside guests are, so we have MassDOT, we have Endry, we have Laura. Those are the three sets of guests.
And Alan Folds.
Oh, and Alan Folds.
And a public comment.
And public comment.
Do we have anyone from the Board of Health?
He had to leave the meeting.
Sure.
So I would suggest what we might want to do is, we only have one person who wanted to make public comment, is that right?
Yes, that was Brian.
Yeah, what if we offered public comment, then I'm wondering if we should just kind of go through this as it is. MassDOT, town meeting, elections update, close the warrant. Maylette. Any other suggestions?
Mark?
Yep.
So I think I'm a little concerned about tackling this without ending at 2 o'clock in the morning. Just given the number of items. I know that the folks from the state are here to give that road diet update, but might it behoove us to address the things that we are legally required to do, especially around town meeting, in order to close those out, and then perhaps, you know, move some of the others forward to another meeting, because the town meeting items can't wait, unless Bob gives us more wiggle room.
No, let me tell you what you must approve tonight, or we're in trouble. The MWRA and the public debt sale must be approved. Vote to confirm remote participation must be done. And then vote to close the warrant. Those all must be done. Everything else is at your option.
I think we also need to do the election update. So one of the questions would be if we could apologize to MassDOT and ask them to come at a different meeting.
I think they would be very receptive to that at this point. I heard from a staff member.
Board okay with that? Okay, let's do that, please. Let's ask MassDOT, apologize and ask if we could reschedule them.
I will say respectfully that I know their time is difficult, so I would say whichever date they can pick, you know, you ought to try to accommodate.
I think we can be very flexible.
I think you should let Bernie go next, Mark, like you said.
Okay, so let's do that. We'll let Bernie come in, then we'll go through kind of as Bob said. So the public debt MWRA, remote participation, elections update, close the warrant, and let's see where we are. All right, so can we invite Bernie?
Sure. Just one thing. So his comments were going to be about the MassDOT, so not sure if that's going to change.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well,
Why don't we ask him?
Okay.
Yeah, and bring him in. We can tell him what's going on and ask if he'd prefer, if he wants to speak now or prefer to save it. Hi, Bernie. I think your camera and microphone are both off. Hi, Bernie.
Greetings.
Greetings. Apologies for being late. Just a quick update. We are
Understood. I can make it really short for you.
But that's fine.
First of all, I know you guys were deep in discussion, but you know, you were competing against Emerald's Pasta Show and the Boston Celtics, and I lost track of the score of the Celtics, so I can't help you there. All I'm going to say is that I'd like to have an open debate on the traffic discussion, a more open debate. I've, as you probably know, I've been very communicative with the DOT, the select board, the traffic engineer, the traffic officer. I've read a ton of material. All I'll say is I'm writing you a very quick email to just propose this, and then I know I'll let you go back to your other business that's more essential than this at this time. So that's all I'll say, and give you guys a chance to get out quicker. Let's put it that way.
Accurate.
Okay, is that fair? I mean, I'm just about to send off an email summarizing in brief form what I was going to say, but that's about it. Is that fair to you?
Yeah, I think that's fine. We're actually not going to do the DOT part tonight.
Yeah, so maybe we'll follow up on it later, but I don't want to take any more of your time up. I know you're busy. And thank you all for all the stuff that you do for the town. I really appreciate it. I will sign off. Cheers.
Thanks, Brian.
Bye.
Okay, let's go to approving results of public debt sale and authorize MWRA debt with Endri.
And I don't know if he's here, but he's not essential. All you really have to do is approve 2 motions. They're very long. They can be dispensed with after a sentence or 2 if the board agrees. Let me put them up on the screen though, just to make sure the public has a chance to see them. Let's see.
So these are actually 2 separate pieces, correct?
Yeah, I'll start with the MWRA one. Let's see. Let me make it a little bigger.
A little bigger, please.
So it starts with we, the select board.
So we're going to ask Carlo to start the reading of this. Is that correct?
Yeah, if Carlo would just read through the as set forth below, that's what Ivrea said is necessary.
Okay, are we ready?
Yes, please.
We, the select board and the treasurer of the town of Reading, Massachusetts, certified that we have signed the $260,000 sewer bond, known as the bond of the town, dated March 8th, 2021, and payable without interest in installments on February 15th of each year, as set forth below.
Now, if a member could dispense with reading the rest and that could be voted on, you'd be all set.
So I'd like to make a motion to dispense with the remainder of the reading of the sewer bond.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Ann. So we will take a vote to confirm that. As I see you on the screen, Ann?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Carlo?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Mark, yes. Great. Okay. Bob, can you take us back to it?
Yeah, I'm going to the next one.
Oh, sorry. I was going to suggest, can you go back to the MWRA one just for a moment?
Oh, sure. Okay. This one's a little different, this version.
So sorry, this is not the MWRA one, right?
It is the MWRA one. It came in just before the meeting and it effectively says the same thing, but instead of, they weren't sure if the whole board was going to be able to vote on it. So it just says, I, the clerk of the select board, but the way it was done previously is appropriate.
Okay, so this
So
now is the current
I'll
one?
show you the other one. Hey, can you see that? No, it's a little small again.
Bigger, please. Yeah.
So this is a piece of a bigger authorization. Town meeting did it way back in 2018. It's a 10-year no interest borrowing for a very specific purpose. And it's from a total of over $3 million that was authorized and much of it has been used.
Great. So this is a $260,000 bond split up as...
This piece is just a $260,000 borrowing from the MWRA.
Okay, great. Thanks. And then the updated version?
It's the same, honestly. It's just, you guys don't have to come in and sign this. You know, that's what we learned. So the bigger issue, so to speak, and this one you should read the way it is, which I'll share with you. Is that okay? You see that?
Yep.
A little bigger, please.
Okay. And before we do that, sorry, we did the motion to suspend the reading and we voted that through. Was there a second on the MWRA bond?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had voted that.
No, we didn't yet.
Oh, I'm
We
sorry.
just voted to dispense with the reading.
Right. Okay, so first thing, we need a second for the motion.
Second.
Thank you, Vanessa. Okay, so Bob, you were going through kind of any comments on that. So the $260,000, it's the second language that was shown. Did everyone receive that, by the way, by email? Do we know?
I'm not sure who it was sent to, Mark. I think it was just sent to Caitlin and you, and then I saw it afterwards.
I didn't get it.
So I'm wondering if that should get shared.
I could send it out.
Please. Or I think if you want to just roll through it on the screen, that may.
Okay, I could do that. And then I'll send it out.
Belt and suspenders.
So it's the same essential information. You know, the same 26,000 times 10 years, 260,000.
We're still on the second one though, right? On the screen.
This is the MWRA.
Oh, it is. I'm sorry.
And this is the newer version.
Okay.
Which they didn't explain why, but it looked effectively the same to me with a different format. And it just says, I, the clerk of the select board, which is how public debt authorization is usually done. And perhaps the MWRA decided they should follow that format. But it's the same essential information.
I'm sorry, I'm not connecting for a minute.
It's late, but this is for millions of dollars at an interest rate of 5%. I don't remember seeing that.
No, we're not on that one.
Look it.
We're not on that one yet. This is still the 260,000 interest free from the MW.
Right.
All right.
Okay, so the screen that we're seeing. Yeah, the screen we're seeing right now is the bigger one.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's the reason for the confusion.
Yeah.
Okay.
It said 12
How's
million.
that?
Substantially different and better.
Yep.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know that.
Like this better.
So this is what you've not yet voted on.
Correct.
So this is the same, the $260,000 over 10 years, no interest from the MWRA.
Correct.
Can you scroll down, please? Okay. Any further discussion on this one?
And we have a second for this?
Yes.
Okay.
Do I have a second for it?
Thanks.
So any further discussion? Okay, let's take a vote. So I'll do the roll call as I see you on the screen. Anne.
Yes.
Carlo.
Yes.
Karen.
Yes.
Vanessa.
Yes.
Mark, yes. Thank you. Okay, let's move to the second one.
Okay, this is, we looked to sell 12.4 million and did that by offering, and again, this is through a competitive bid process. The interest rate is 5%, that's the coupon, but the actual interest rate was much smaller. And that information was in your packet. The only one I remember is this maturity date in next October was 0.09%, which I don't think I'd ever seen before. So the total interest cost was just above 1% for all of this combined. But the interest rate we're paying is higher because they gave us more money for the principal that they'll get back. It's kind of a new thing with interest rates being so low.
I think I remember you explaining that before.
Yeah, so we get $12.5 million, but technically we only have to pay 10.89 million back. And we pay more interest than the market would bear in the meanwhile, and then pay a lot less principal over time. So it all works out to be an interest rate of, I can't remember, it's just over 1%.
Yeah, 1.265.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing to, borrow out to 2000.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Bob. That's a 1.26%, the true interest cost on the bond. We were supposed to borrow 2.4 million. The premium that we got was around 1.5 million. So they repackaged the funds from 12.4 million to 10,890,000. And the actual interest cost was, interest rate was at 1.26, which was, it's amazing because it's a pretty large borrowing. This is for 6 projects, 2 projects that's for the sewer, 1 for the stormwater, and 1 for water, and 2 for water. So it was an interesting one, but we did pretty well. So we're kind of happy with it. And the AAA bond rating that we had is at this time that what we're seeing in the market, we noticed that some of the towns actually, the rating went down from what they had before, and that for us having a continuing a AAA bond rating, it's a pretty big difference when it comes to borrowing. That's why we're able to borrow at what Bob said, very low rates.
Awesome. And just a quick question, can you just explain this, the last piece that we're seeing on the screen? So in the payment repayment schedule, it goes, the second column on the right goes 2031 down to 2038, and then it doesn't include 2039, but has a bigger payment, and then below is a description. Can you just explain why that is?
The year 2039 and 2040, that's just to close up the rate. When they repackage it from 12.4 million to 10.8 million, there is a rounding issue. Now, keep in mind, this is split within 6 projects. So it gets tricky. And out of those 6 projects, 1 of them is for 5 years repayment. 2 of them are for 10 years. Actually, 4 of them are for 10 years, and 1 of them is for 20 years. So when they reallocate those throughout the years, it's easier to do the rounding stuff at the end of the year instead of like trying to figure it out. So that's how they did it for this issue.
Yeah, and Mark, I've never seen it described this way, so I can't explain why they didn't just list the 2039 and the 2040 up above. There must be a reason, but it beats me what it is.
Board members.
I know what the repayment schedule is. That's the important part.
Right. Board members, any questions? None appearing. I think we were ready for a vote. Carla, so it's moved and seconded, so we will go to take a roll call as I see you on the screen. Anne?
Yes.
Carlo?
I'm sorry. I thought we were doing 2 motions. This is still part of the first motion?
No, this should be a standalone motion if it hasn't been yet.
Yeah, it's not. It hasn't been yet, Mark.
Correct.
I think you're right. Sorry. Please
Okay.
make the motion first, and we'll thank you.
All right. I'll read the first paragraph again. Is that okay, guys?
Mm-hmm.
I, the clerk of the select board of the town of Reading, Massachusetts, known as the town, certify that at a meeting of the board held on March 2nd, 2021, at which meeting all members of the board were duly notified and at which a quorum was present and the following votes were unanimously passed, all of which appear upon the official record of the board in my custody.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we dispense with further reading of this item.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you. We will now vote on the suspension of the reading. So as I see you on the screen, Anne?
Yes.
Carlo?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
And Mark, yes. Okay, so we have a motion. We have it seconded. Is there any further discussion about it? None appearing. Let's take a vote now on the motion. Thank you, Carlo. Anne?
Yes.
Carlo?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
And Mark, yes. Thank you. Okay. Thanks, Andre.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Is Alan Folds in the waiting room?
Let's have Alan come in, please. And Bob, do you have that motion handy?
Yeah, I was looking at the motion and I was also looking at the letter he wrote just to see if you need that.
Hi, Alan.
Here we go.
Welcome. Sorry, we're a little behind schedule.
Not at all. Not at all.
So here is the motion right here.
Do we want Alan to speak first, or what do we want to do?
Why don't we bring in the motion and a second, and then open it, then ask Alan to speak, have a discussion, and then we can vote on it.
Okay, thanks. Move that the select board approve the moderator's request at the annual town meeting scheduled for April 6th. April 6th, that's not right, is it?
That
No,
is the election
This
date.
is the election. That's the election date. You're right. That's not the town meeting date.
Right.
So let's
Let me
check.
see what Ivrea suggested, because I'll look at the warrant.
It's in the 20s, town meeting, right? 20 something?
Yeah, maybe it's a good time for Alan to talk.
Alan, why don't you, you're muted at the moment.
There we go. I'm just looking for the calendar here to get the date right.
April 26th. April
20
26th.
I have the,
It's April 26th.
is that right? Yes, it is. I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. Okay. I don't have a whole lot to add. I'd like to do this much like we did last fall and again a year ago in the spring. I think it's worked pretty well, and with a little luck, maybe it's the last time we have to do it. But I thought I'd be here in case you have any questions.
So Alan, can you just kind of bring everybody up to present, since we haven't read the motion yet. The motion is to move town meeting to remote status for April 26th, correct? April 26th until finished.
Correct.
Board members have any questions or comments?
So do we need to finish the motion and second it?
We definitely do.
Okay.
Yeah, let me share the.
Before we,
But it was just a typo. This 6 was a 26.
Okay, Carlo, can you read that now, please, corrected?
Okay. Move that the select board approve the moderator's request at the annual town meeting scheduled for April 26, 2021 at 7:30 p.m. be held remotely using Zoom webinar platform as designated by the moderator with special accommodation to be made only for those who require technical assistance.
Is there thanks, Karen. Okay, board discussion, questions? Alan, are you envisioning the same structure where there would be an opportunity for people that want to register could come to an in-person location?
Correct. That would be my preference. Yes. So we would run it with the Zoom webinar as we did the last 2 times. We would have a small in-house operation at the Performing Arts Center. A year ago, I think we had 6. I think we had a little bit less than that in the fall, maybe 3 or 4. But again, it's good to have the option for people who just cannot do it any other way. I don't want to disenfranchise anybody.
And is the goal and expectation that people will notify you in advance of this request? Is that our goal?
In the past, we have asked people to let us know, but we haven't held them to it because somebody may have a computer problem that night and decide I'm heading down to the high school. So we've never refused anybody who hadn't signed up before that. Right. I envision we might have maybe 1 test meeting. The last 2 times we've had several. 1 for each precinct plus 1 big one. I think people have gotten into the habit now, although we may have a lot of new members this year. So I'm thinking we still may have to have one big meeting for everybody.
Mr. Chair, may I jump in?
Please, Laura.
So I just wanted to remind that for the April town meeting, we will have to have precinct meetings as we did last April. So we will have those test meetings as well.
I had forgot about that. Yes, you're right. So we might as well use those dual purpose like we did last year.
Laura, or Alan, does that also have us starting at 7 o'clock for precinct meetings and then 7:30 for the town meeting itself?
Last year, we had the precinct meetings the week before.
In advance. I see. Great. Great.
which worked out very well.
Great.
And also just wanted to mention too that we had 6 people at the field house for both meetings, April and November.
Oh, we did. Okay.
So the expectation is it's a virtual meeting, and for those who need the accommodation or have a problem, there's the opportunity to attend in person.
Yes. Technically, the high school is really just another Zoom session, but it's for the 5 or 6 people that can't do it any other way.
Got it. Ann.
I was just wondering if we could modify the motion so that it's rather than special accommodation only for people who require technical assistance. I'm just wondering, it's possible that someone could need special accommodation for something else other than technology. And we could provide them with special accommodation.
So Ann, you want to strike the word only?
Right.
It's up to the board.
Yep. So
I'm fine with that.
So is that a friendly amendment? Is that really something that we should formally amend?
That's up to Carlo as the motion.
What do you think, Carlo?
I think it's fine as a friendly amendment.
Okay, so you'll accept it as a friendly?
Yep.
Great.
May I ask if, do we have a limitation on who can be in the, due to social distancing? Are we gonna have to go to maybe we've already figured that out in previous town meetings.
We have figured that out in previous town meetings. I forget, Laura, how many we felt we could accommodate, but it was far more than the 6 that showed up.
Okay, but you
150.
can.
Yeah, I was going to say it was almost 192, not quite.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any further questions or discussion? Okay, we ready for a vote? All right, I will go through roll call as I see you on the screen. Carlo?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Ann?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Mark, yes. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up here, elections update. Laura, can we ask you to provide an update on the election?
So just wanted to bring up to date that as we talked earlier, the House bill that was voted on to extend the mail-in voting and early voting until March 31st is now in the Senate, which will extend it until June 30th. So at this point, we are planning on making it clear through social media and on our website, etc., that currently the way to vote is in person or absentee ballot. Once that bill passes, then we will make it clear that it can be done, that mail-in vote will happen. At that point, I will immediately send out to all registered voters a postcard stating that they could do mail-in voting. Hopefully that'll happen within the next day or two, once it gets through the Senate. The ballots will not go to print until March 5th. We should start receiving them around March 8th, which means that we can start sending them out immediately once we receive them on March 8th. The last day to request a mail-in ballot or absentee, in other words, the last day that a ballot can be mailed out, is at 5 p.m. on the 31st of March. Anything received after that will have to be an absentee ballot done in person. By the 31st, we will have a plan in place to allow folks to be able to vote absentee on the 1st of April, and then again on that Monday. I can't remember what that date was. I think it's the 5th, until noontime. that noontime on the 5th will be the will be the deadline to be able to vote absentee in person. That will happen at Town Hall somehow. I'm not quite sure what's going to happen with the fact that Town Hall is still closed to the public, but we'll figure that out by the time we get to the 1st. I believe that's it.
Laura, well, two questions. One, will there be a link on the website for people to request either an absentee or a mail-in ballot?
The application will be on the website, yes.
Okay, and can you fill it in on the website, or do you have to print it, fill it, send it?
They have to print it, fill it out, sign it, and send it, because we have to have a wet ink signature. Now they can print it, sign it, scan it, and email it to us, or they can mail it to us, or they can drop it in the town box. We accept it anyway as long as it has a signature.
Great. Is that something that you could put onto instructions on the website?
Yes, I'm ready to put that out there. I just haven't put it out yet because we don't have the ballots and we can't start sending them out yet. That'll go out. Well, the ballots will go to print on the 5th, which is this week. So I'll put it out this week.
Great. Thank you.
When I first put it out, I'm going to put it out just the absentee ballot application. Once it changes so that they can use a mail-in ballot application, that will get put out as well immediately.
So in terms of if people want to either use absentee or mail-in, how would you like that to progress? When would you like that to happen?
I don't understand.
So should people now apply for an absentee ballot?
Yes.
Or wait till the end of the week? And
no, apply now. Because then it's the sooner that once we get to the point where we can start sending them out, the sooner that they put in that application, the better. So we don't want to hold off until the mail-in passes. The only difference at this point between an absentee ballot and a mail-in is simply that they have to request it from me, where once the mail-in passes, I can invite them to request it. That's the only difference. And once that passes, we have to at that point decide whether or not we have enough time to send out a postcard to everybody, and then have the return come back in. We'll see once that passes what the timing. We'll be ready.
Yeah, hopefully the Senate will be swift. Bob.
I was just going to ask Ann if she knew. I had heard the Senate was going to pass it this week. Do you have any knowledge?
I'm taking vacation this week, so I'm not tuned in as I usually am.
I know that there are 6 bills out there for when it comes to election law changes, and I know that has been the one on to extend this until June 30th has been put out to be an emergency change. So I know that they're acting on it pretty swiftly.
Yeah, they know the deadlines that Reading and a couple of other communities with early April elections face. So they knew this week was important, but I hadn't heard an update from Senator Lewis.
Actually, there's quite a few towns that have their election on the 6th. So this affects a lot of communities.
Any other questions from board members?
Laura, I think I know the answer. Mark, sorry, thanks. If the Senate passes it, next couple of days, this week, is this a case where the governor still has to sign it, or it just passes and we're good?
I think Ann would be able to answer that question better than I, but I don't think the governor needs to sign it, but Ann?
The governor would the governor need to sign a bill? Yes.
Yeah.
And this is the kind of thing that that is non-controversial.
Yeah, and I also know that that the Secretary's office has been very involved in getting this to pass. They've been pushing it as well, so it'll happen pretty quickly. If it does happen this week, then we are prepared and would be able to send out postcards starting Monday to all registered voters. We have to. The question would come up then are do we want to go through that expense? It's not something that we would have to do, but it's up to, I believe I would leave that up to you.
I would suggest that if it happens this week, we absolutely send out postcards. I'm not sure people know exactly what to expect. I think this is how we make it clear to them what to expect. How do other board members feel about that?
I concur.
Yeah, I don't think, maybe other than social media and the website, we have no way to let the public know, right? The Chronicle, social media. So we should.
Code red.
Yeah, sorry, yes.
So it's Code Red is not necessarily the best way to do election information. There's some tricky things that come into play, and I've always said that we can't use Code Red for elections, and I would prefer to stick to that. So my preference is, if we're going to do this, that we send a postcard to all the registered voters.
Great.
Mark, are you saying that we give the guidance to Laura if something happens by Friday, that she goes ahead? Is that what you're asking the four of us?
Yeah, I think so, or maybe even, you know, if it happened on Monday, would that do it? I can never predict when things are going to get passed and signed. I don't think anybody can do that well.
Well, if we're looking at the calendar and thinking about how the mail works, so the latest that we can possibly send out a ballot is the 31st. We have to give folks time to send it to us, and then us to be able to send it back out. So the latest that we should send out a postcard would be the 10th. So like maybe the end of next week. So if we don't hear anything, so that in enough time for us to be able to send it, let's say by Friday of next week, then I don't think it would be worth sending them out.
I'm fine with that. Is that all right with other board members?
I think that makes sense. And you have the postcards in-house already?
No, well, we will. It's just very simple, making a postcard similar to what went out for the state election. We have to do this. The state will not get involved in us sending these out. So this is on our own. So we will have them ready to print. They will go to the printer. We will do the whole process in-house.
Great. I can tell you that Bob and I have spent a lot of time with our legislators, and our legislators have been emailing us very regularly with updates as to what's happening, and the House members are very pleased that it passed, and now off to the Senate to finish. Cool. Great. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Okay, now we need to go to the warrant. Bob, do you have a version?
I'll circle back to the motion. I just want to run through the warrant quickly. First article is the election. So you'll see the motion cites the 6th day of April as the motion. The first couple of articles are by charter, reports, any kind of instructional motions. And then Article 4 is the last one, required by charter to amend the current year's capital plan. After that, we'll amend the current adopted budget as needed, and there will be at least a few changes needed. As of last week, we didn't have any unpaid bills, but it's always a good idea to leave that there, and then you just don't need, if you don't need it, you table it. For OPEB, we will have an annual contribution that's in the current FY21 budget, and we have some extra funds available to supplement that if town meeting wishes. Article 8 gets into a zoning bylaw change, which I'm not going to have much to say with, but it's Aaron and Julie and Jean have been in to describe some changes about outdoor dining, storage, etc. And I know some of the members have attended a CPDC meeting describing this. So this is the first of what will probably be a potentially lengthy discussion. Article 9 is the annual approval of revolving funds. Ivrea has asked to put in actual names of properties. Usually that was in the description. She prefers it to be in the article. Otherwise, no change. Article 10 is the annual approval of a housing trust fund. Articles 11 and 12, I reviewed briefly with you in the past. They're tax relief for veterans. And the Board of Assessors did not get together in time to formally vote these. So they just asked you to sponsor them. And the wording that Ivrea suggested is at the recommendation of the Board of Assessors.
Will the Board of Assessors, I guess, share an opinion or share some commentary to town meeting?
Victor will, as the appraiser, and I believe he said at least one board member would be there to help present these. I'm not sure if a quorum will be there, though. Then we get into some debt authorizations driven by FinCom's request last fall. You'll see the budget that went to FinCom is above the 5% capital as they had requested. The first priority is the Reading Memorial High School Stadium track and turf. That's about $3 million. The amounts are in the motion, but not in the article. The next urgent priority was the Parker Middle School roof. That's on the ballpark of $2.5 million. I won't go into a lot of detail, but each of these will have a budget request for FY22 to do design work. And then these debt authorizations are just good to get out of the way in order for us to then bid out the work. The track and the turf is especially difficult to time with the athletic season. So we just would prefer to have the authorization in hand. Article 15 is the annual Chapter 90. Town Council has pointed out that this is not required as an article, but it's sort of a tradition in Reading and other cities and towns. And Article 16 is the budget for FY22. Article 17, you're about to, or perhaps you could delay the discussion about the Mayett land. This is to transfer the land from the Select Board to the Conservation Commission. It's a little more complex than a straight transfer. There's all these conditions on it that maybe we'll get to tonight or another time. But it's just important that the DPW retains the right to go in and maintain some of its sewer equipment, sewer systems. Article 18 is a very long stormwater management bylaw. It's to amend an existing bylaw. And this is a requirement, I think, under the NIPD's permit. We're just barely making the deadline of this June if we can bring this to town meeting and get it approved. This would be potentially another long discussion. And that gets us near the end. Article 19 is to potentially settle some litigation. And then Article 20 is in the charter to declare certain seats vacant if town meeting members have been absent. So it's 20 articles. Looks to be a bit long this year. Two nights would be good. 3 nights is probably a reasonable expectation. So let me find the motion.
Please.
So it's just this little short one up top.
Hello, can I ask you to read the motion, please?
Sure. Move to close the annual town meeting warrant consisting of 20 articles to take place on April 26, 2021.
Yeah. Bob, can you amend that to 26th from 6th, please?
No, it should be the 6th. Because that's the date of the election. That's the first article.
Oh.
Okay. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, so
yeah, the town meeting part of it starts on the 26th, but the warrant covers the election also.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Okay.
Move to close the annual town meeting warrant consisting of 20 articles to take place on April 6, 2021.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Karen. Discussion? Not appearing. Let's take a vote. That's you on the screen. Ann?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Carlo?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
And Mark, yes. Thank you. Can you pull that one off the screen, please, Bob?
Yeah, if I might just ask about whether you're going to do the surplus of the Mayett land tonight. Let me just give you a little background, then you can decide. It is a requirement for you to vote this land as surplus before town meeting can take any action on it. So if you want that to be in the printed warrant report, you should do it tonight, but you can do it another time and just report to town meeting on the floor. So either way is good, but I just wanted to explain that.
So we've already had a lot of the discussion around this at previous meetings. I think this is more formalizing it. I'm going to suggest that we go through it now.
I think that's a good idea. Let's do that.
Okay, let me put the motion back up. So again, there's just some terms and conditions that allow DPW to take care of their sewer system. And just to be clear from a question that our conservation agent asked today, CONSCOM retains all the rights under the local and state Wetlands Protection Acts. So they can't just barge in and do whatever they want. They have to ask for permission, but this allows it to happen. If this wasn't in here, they wouldn't be allowed even if CONSCOM was okay with it.
Excellent.
Yeah, and coming fully around, this is kind of what we thought, hoped might have existed, but turned out didn't. So this is formalizing it.
It never went to a town meeting and got approved as we perhaps thought it had or should have many years ago.
Great. Okay, Carlo, can you read the from move to on the following plans?
I'm sorry, where, Mark?
So the Mayett, basically the first paragraph.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Move pursuant to chapter 40, 15A to item 1, determine that the properties off Lowell Street and Weller Street shown on Assessors Map 26.
I move to dispense with the reading of the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Karen. We will vote on the suspension of the reading of the motion by roll call. So Ann?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Carlo?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
And Mark, yes. So we have suspended the reading of the motion. So the motion has been made. We need a second on the motion.
Second.
Thank you. Okay. Further discussion about the motion. Any questions or comments?
I agree with Mark that this has been an ongoing project and we have discussed it as a board. I just want to make sure with Bob that all the stakeholders have been notified and signed off on this and we're good to go.
Yeah, just to be clear, what the board is doing tonight is just simply voting to make this surplus, nothing else.
Okay.
Our meeting will then determine another step to take, which is, sort of the more important step, if you will.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, let's take the vote then. Again, as I'm seeing people on the screen. Ann?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Carlo?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
And Mark, yes. Great. There's, I think, one other item that needs a vote. Consideration of letter to support RMLD grant for EV charging station. This is back at 8:15. I guess we're slightly behind that in terms of timing. So this came forward. I think I put together a quick slide on this. Let me just bring it out. Argument 1 second. Okay. Okay, so the request here is that the board send a letter to support an RMLD grant for EV charging stations to meet a March 19th deadline. This was brought to my attention yesterday. And I notified the board immediately of this. Our next meeting would not be timely enough to do it, so I brought it forward here. The background is as follows. We've been talking about EV charging stations. The town has been very engaged with RMLD on a variety of different sites and different activities, and it was moving along toward a March, April kind of timeline in terms of what was going to happen. So RMLD is trying to install at least one public EV charging station during 2021. There are different levels of charging according to really the rate that they can charge at. Level 2 takes several hours, whereas level 3 is a quick charge, can be as quick as 30 minutes. And there is some grant money available, as I understand it, from the VW Dieselgate situation. And suddenly there is an opportunity on a level 3 grant, so this fast charging. And the submissions would be due by March 19th. And so this got accelerated. Someone specifically reached out to me, someone that I know through Business Life who was working with RMLD reached out and said, hey, there's an opportunity to get a level 3 charger through this grant proposal if it's submitted by March 19th and if the board would be willing to send a letter of support in terms of what's going on behind this. So there's a proposed letter.
You want me to share that, Mark?
Is that better than, are you guys seeing it now?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
so I blew it up as big as I could make it. So I think it probably is what's going to happen. But the notion here is that it would cover these level 2 and level 3 charging stations, although the time sensitivity was on level 3, but the notion was that it would be a support letter that would go with both this March 19th and the future. It identifies locations that are being discussed with the town. So downtown public parking lot, Lincoln Street by the train depot, Brandy Court, and then the public library parking lot. On the public library parking lot, that is actually under the Board of Library Trustees in terms of they too would have to support this. And I'll get to that in just a moment in this letter that's being proposed. So they're asking us to say the town of Reading encourages energy efficient, environmentally friendly modes of transportation. As such, the select board fully supports RMLD's grant application to install EV charging stations at the first 3 locations listed above, subject to 1, a license or lease agreement to use and occupy the town-owned property with the select board, and 2, receipt of any other necessary town permits and approval. The select board notes that its jurisdiction is limited to land under its care, custody, management, and control. RMLD is seeking a corresponding letter of support from the Library Board of Trustees in regard to the installation of charging stations at the Reading Municipal Public Library, respectfully. I did ask Ivrea to review this to make sure that we could do it, and it gave us appropriate flexibility. And she indicated, yes, it did. So, hello, Julie.
Mark, can I add something?
Yes, please, Karen.
I did reach out to one of the library trustees. They do have a meeting on the 8th, and they could discuss this. And I got an update both from RMLD and from our library director that they will be having a conversation about this in the morning. No concerns raised, just that they'll be addressing it promptly.
Great. Yeah. No, apologies to all. This is last minute, but that's the way it came in, and it sounded like an opportunity that was worthy of the board's consideration, but probably not to create its own meeting with this being the only agenda. So that was the thought in bringing it up tonight, and I worked with Ivrea for the appropriate language for that. So any questions, comments? Carlo.
Thanks, Mark, for doing this. Is there a dollar amount that what's the maximum dollar amount we can be awarded? Is that known?
I don't know the answer to that, but my impression is that the grant would cover between the grant and RMLD's activities, they would take responsibility for it. If someone knows differently, please let me know, but that was my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so we're
also,
not, sorry, Karen.
Sorry, I did speak to the the same person putting the grant together who works a staff member at RMLD. And he did say they have looked at all of these locations from an engineering perspective, and they think it's very doable.
And RMLD is pursuing this in their entire, all the communities that they cover. So not just Reading, but the opportunity apparently to strike for these funds is now, and March 19th is the date. So that's the reason for the urgency. Any other questions or comments? Anne?
So I didn't know what this was before tonight, or to whom it would be addressed. So I'm looking at it now. My guess is I could vote to approve it, but can't sign it. If we're going to have individual signatures, and if we're going to just sign it from the select board, then I would abstain.
Okay, I'm not sure how to sign it. I think they would allow flexibility. I don't think that's a problem. Karen, do you see any make sense one way or the other?
Nope, I think it would be a majority in either case. Just like the last time we ran into this issue.
Right. So in that case, we signed it as the board. Is that how it went out, based on the majority vote?
I believe that's what we did. Is that what you remember, Anne?
That is what we did, so I abstained. Although I understand, from the Ethics Commission, I can vote to approve letters like this. I just can't sign it. My name can't be on it.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Nope. Okay. I assume we take a formal vote, though, just to assure the majority, so that we can sign on behalf. So why don't we, Carlo, can you make a motion to approve the board signing this letter of support? I can put it back up if you would like.
So when you say the board signing, are you thinking it will say the Reading Select Board at the bottom, or our names?
So that I'm clear on it, please tell me which is the one that works for you in terms of supporting the motion. But
if it's individual names, I can support the motion, but I just can't sign it myself. My name can't be on it.
Okay, so the motion should be that the board approve this letter of support?
Mm-hmm. Signed by 4 members of the board.
Got it.
If you prefer that it say the Reading Select Board, then I will abstain in my vote.
I mean, in the interest of time, I think we might be better off just signing the Select Board. What do you think, Mark? Because time is of the essence for this.
I think that's fine, and then not requiring the signatures to go through. Okay. Okay. So
does that cover you, Anne? Does that cover you?
Yeah, I'll just recuse myself from the vote.
Okay. Yeah, because
right. My head is spinning. Your name would not be on it if it says the Select Board. Your name's not on it. You can't vote for it.
So before we do that motion, Julie, as you're here,
I haven't run this scenario, but this is me being cautious, perhaps, but.
Got it. I'm sorry, Julie. Thank you for coming. Any comments that you want to share with the board?
No, I was just wanting to listen, and if you had any questions, I was happy to help if needed, but I don't think I have anything I can really add. Besides that, we've met with RMLD a couple times and are generally supportive.
Cool. Okay. So let's move it forward. So Carlo, can I should make the motion to approve the letter? Sorry, the board. So is that the board signing the letter, or we approve that the board sign this letter?
I think no matter how we say it, Anne's going to abstain, so I think we're good.
Okay. So you can make the motion, please.
Can you just put it back up so I can take some verbiage?
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Motion to approve the letter of support for RMLD to apply for grants for EV charging stations at select locations in the town of Reading.
Second.
Thanks, Karen. Any further discussion? Great, not appearing. Okay, we will take the vote as I'm seeing you. Karen?
Yes.
Carlo?
Yes.
Anne?
Abstain.
Abstain. Vanessa?
She left.
Yeah, I think she made it. Okay. So then I will vote yes. So we are 3-3-0-1. Great. And then just logistics, how do we physically do this now? Do we take this letter in its current form and then we sign on behalf of the board based on the vote? I think that'll do it. Okay, great.
We have your signatures, so Caitlin can figure it out tomorrow.
Yeah, I have your stamps if that's all right with you.
Yeah.
I can stamp it tomorrow.
Okay.
Great. Okay, let me come back just for a moment. Sorry, wait. Okay, we did Maillet. So Bob, we've covered everything that we have to do tonight, right?
Yep.
Okay. Is there anything in terms of COVID-19 response that the board should be aware of?
No, as you know, it changes about every 15 minutes. So no immediate plans to hold the clinic. We have to determine how much vaccine came in this week, and I haven't heard since yesterday. So if there's a clinic to be held, we'll put that out with short notice. You know, we're not going to know 24, maybe 48 hours before a clinic can be held, whether we can.
Okay. And then for those residents that received the initial vaccination and a second appointment, we're still...
They should have received a confirmation through the state system via email. They had to provide an email address. So the system should have communicated with them, and we haven't heard. There was some initial concern a week or so ago, but this communication would have gone out, I think, Friday, maybe Saturday. So they should be all set. We are planning to vaccinate people for the second time in Reading as scheduled.
Great.
But we don't have the vaccine yet, so.
Hopefully we will. Anything on liaison reports that people would like to share this evening?
You want to postpone that, or?
I think unless there's something time sensitive, the only thing I might suggest is I know that FinCom is having meetings tomorrow night, the following Wednesday, both on the town budget and then a vote on the 17th. And we're posted for all of those.
Yeah.
Okay, so people can feel free to attend those as can fit. I think we can hold off on everything else. Where are we on meeting minutes? Are we one behind?
They were pretty good, yeah.
So why don't we just postpone that until the 23rd also, and we'll handle the minutes up to then. Okay. Future meeting agenda topics. We have a lot for the 23rd. There also is some scheduling that's going to start taking place for the first April meeting. And maybe put this under consideration, and we can talk about it on the 23rd, is how should that agenda get set? So I, as the chair emeritus, I don't know what the right word would be, it might make sense for me to set that agenda, having been involved with it, or the board could take a different action. But I think we should talk about that on the 23rd, just so it's clear. Yeah, any other topics that oh, and sorry, for the 23rd, 23rd is crazy with things to cover. We'll see what DOT comes back with in terms of what timing is going to work for them, or if it's going to be later. And then the question would be on Black Earth, if that's something that might be possible for April rather than March. I think that would be helpful if that's possible.
Mark, the DOT presentation, why does that need to be part of the select board agenda? Could it not just be a public presentation that we're posted for? We're not going to vote on it, are we?
Barbara, they're expecting some guidance from us. Is that right?
No, I think they're just going to provide you an update. But my understanding was it's required that they go through the select board. That may be their choice or their preference. It's certainly not something we're requiring. We can ask. It could have been just simply a courtesy to update the community.
Right.
And I believe their next choice is going to be April, just so you know. But okay. I'll verify tomorrow.
Yeah. And do we know, are they planning, I don't remember exactly what they had on their timeline. Is there a public hearing that was going to be after?
That is something they did want to discuss with you, is some future dates. You know, COVID slowed them down, obviously, quite a bit, but even in the last few months, it slowed them down again. So I really don't want to speak for them because I'm not sure what the latest is. Yep. But that they did want to talk to you about sort of public communication campaign.
And I believe, in reading through the presentation, the South, do it right, the North Spur or the South Spur, one of them is time sensitive according to their current schedule as compared to the other.
I think that's right.
And I'm not remembering if it was North or South, I apologize. But let's hear from them. And I know Bernie is sending some information. I'm sure we'll hear some other public input about that as well. So is there anything that hasn't been talked about on future agendas that people want to put forward? Colin.
Nothing big, just quick. Does I think Julie left. Do we have any dining applications yet?
No, we don't. The state still has not done anything with outdoor alcohol, so I think that's probably the holdup, Carlo.
Do we have, this is a side note, do we have any, can we get an update a quick update from Erin or through you about any prospective tenants and
sure.
On our empty commercial spaces that we have?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good idea. And I think we'll leave a few minutes in case there are applications. We'll put that on the agenda in case something comes in at the last second for the next meeting at least. Just so we have a placeholder comes in.
Yeah, Boston's moving forward. That's the only reason I mention it.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Cool. Anything else anybody wants to bring up this evening? All right, I would entertain a motion, Carlo.
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Karen. We'll take a vote as I see you on the screen. Ann?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Carlo?
Yes.
Mark, yes. We are adjourned. Thank you very much, folks.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.